Okay. I'm coming. All right. So we primed this jungle outpost. And we're going to end up having to glue things on because these little windows are very jittery. I don't know. They fall apart. Go for it, painting. Welcome back. Okay. Disregard these shit stains down here. So, we're going to paint this with craft paint. We primered it with the AK primer, which is much better than this, I think. It's much better than Viejo. The Hobby Lobby now carries this. Like, great. I don't use that anymore. I mean, I'm going to use what I have, but I'm probably not going to buy it again. I don't think it's very durable. And, well, this might not be very durable either. But this one dries flatter, and I feel like it has a texture to it. A little bit of one instead of drying smooth. But anyway, so we've got this bamboo house, and I'm not going to paint it all one color. Okay? We're going to do the wattle. We'll call that wattle. That's going to be dried out because that's palm fronds and things like that. The actual bamboo sections, I'm probably going to paint them like it's a more ripe, I guess technically, I don't know, one that's more alive, more green in it. And that'll allow some difference here. You know, if this is all like the same dryness, it's just kind of boring. So we'll have these center portions will be a little different color. And, you know, you've got like the handrail and the floor will be a different color than the wattle. And, every time I say wattle, I think of the guy with the big schnoz on the first Star Wars movie. What was his name? Watto or something? Pretty sure that movie was banned. Man, it's rough watching. I started watching, maybe my daughter will watch this. We're not watching that. I don't like, I am not an animal rights person. I don't like things happening to elephants. I just don't. Unless they're in DBA. And you don't really see, I don't like seeing elephants getting hurt. You know? Yeah, that's pretty rough. You know, I start watching that and I'm like, oh, so we need to get rid of that one dude that's like on a safari, thinks he's a thrill to, like, you know, kill a cornered elephant, right? And then I'm like, oh, we got a whole herd of people that are doing this. Well, I guess we got to wipe all them out too. Hey, we left with nobody there. Like, yeah, that's pretty cruel. Okay, so I watched about half of it. I'll watch back through. It's very unique. It's very unique, definitely. What the hell is this a part of? I don't know, I better keep this up here in case I need it. All right. We're gonna use some wet. We're gonna do some wet stuff, so we better get. Nope. Yep. Nope. Come on. There we go. We only have tons of these. All right. So I think for getting maximum use out of everything, I think we're going to, and I'm going to try not doing a wash because the problem with a wash is then you got to wait for it to dry. So, I love using black. I love using black. So I'm probably going to make sure I don't grab something that's going to be too white, something that's creamy. Now this is the camel. So of course this has white mixed in with it. Let's do this right here. What color is this one? Country Twill. All right, we're going to use Country Twill. Too much gray. Okay. Will the air and bacon appearance? You notice some of those people were not happy about that. They're trying to get themselves a little bit of a taste. Mandingo Land. No, that's its colonial name. That's its colonial name. When the colonials left, it was called the Mandingo Republic. Mandingo Land. They're the good guys, though. Seriously, that's the best. That's the best faction. Everybody else is much, much worse. Much, much worse. He doesn't hunt down white people, just because they're white. All right. The coppers chased down and beat one guy for grabbing a bottle. Yeah. What was it? In Busch Gardens or in Disney? I think it was in Disney, in Animal Kingdom at Disney. They have a South African beer. I think it was from South Africa. It is excellent. It's superb. I know. It's German. It's the Germans want someone like, man, that Mexican. I really like that Mexican beer. You mean the German beer that they let the Mexicans brew? Right. All right. Let's see what this cacophony of color ends up being. Do I have a backup color? I'm pretty good at getting this right off the bat. I mean, it's not my first rodeo. I've been a rodeo clown in many events. Let's go with black. Let's go with black. Yeah. Yeah, the look on those guys' faces when they turned in their rifles, I'm like, this isn't going to bode well. That's funny. My daughter didn't. I wasn't thrilled. My daughter was going to have they were going to take a school trip to Morocco. And I'm like, I'm not really happy about you going to Morocco. And I didn't have to twist her arm too much. She's like, it's probably better if I don't go. I said, you're probably right. And my wife has said, oh, she'd love to go on a safari. I'm like, nope. Nope, not unless I get one of them self-loading rifles and lots of ammo. That's what you guys call them. SLRs. Need some teammates, too. You think everything on that video is legit? Or you think it's overdone? All right, I'm going to start with the wattle and the roofs. All right, we're going to go with this. And this should be able to work for that. That's what I think. That's what his name is. Wattle. Yeah, they're breaking eggs, and the people were like swimming around in them. I'm like, wow, that's an interesting fetish. I think it'd take a while to get that smell off you. What's that smell? Egg stank. That's why I learn about painting this stuff. Don't think about it too much. Just do. We can correct if we need to be. If we need to. And we're going to have a lot of dry brushing levels on here. Now, I may end up doing the sides of this the same. I don't know yet. But I figure the roof, it's going to be faded. There's going to be some mold and mildew and shit on here. You gotta have, it needs to have a really dark base. I think some bits were overdone, but they're the ones that are the easiest to fake. Later on, there's mass graves and stuff. I don't think they could fake that. Yeah, this is not ending well. They had that part where the bowers get on the freaking, they get on the wagons. And I'm like, this isn't going to end well for you guys. You just cut your losses and get the fuck out. I'm not saying we can't detail some of this stuff, but we kind of need to have a main look at this. Man, that looks awfully dark. I said, man, you can't dry brush right off the bat and get it and nail it. Seeded pick of the jungle outpost paint in a slightly greenish color. It might be diluted green wash. That looked nice. Yeah, almost all the ones I've seen are like this. They end up being like this. And like everything's the same color. I'm like, no. No, that just looks like we could do better than that. All right, what else is a roof? This, but that's wattle. This is roof. Problem with the wash is you're sitting around, sitting on your hands, waiting for it to dry. This is wattle on the side. All right, let's bring the roof all the way up. Where's I use paper towels just fine. Nobody tell Marcus I'm not painting the underside. As I paint the underside. Well, I went to the grocery store. I bought my own Father's Day card. My wife calls me this morning. What are you going to do for Father's Day? I said, whatever I fucking want. You're not here. I'll do whatever I want. I'll do what I want. Yes, I will safely be enjoying the mortgage, as I like to say. Nice. Welcome to Zangaro. Okay, let's go up a level. I didn't realize this set had such a soft spot for people. See, for me, I look like, oh, jungle outpost. Yeah, who gives a shit? I don't do jungle shit. Right? It's just, I don't see much of appeal to it. It's funny that you had mentioned Tropico. I tried playing it. I couldn't get into it. But I don't like those games where you're putting out fires constantly because shit, that's what I do at work. Just looking at pictures of German victory in Paris 1940, Germans already had Samoa's organized crews and in the parade. Really? I don't know know how reliable French tanks were. I don't think they probably are any less reliable than German tanks, but man, a one-man turret is that's a deal breaker. Everything else on it is all right. I mean, that French 47 is better than any gun the Germans had. Well, I don't know. The Czech 47 that's on the Panzerjäger 1 is they're probably really equivalent. But the French 47 doesn't have to fire at tanks with French armor on them, you know? I remember playing what is that experimental thing? That duck looking thing? AMX 40? In one of the games. It must have been World of Tanks, I think. It's like, man, that thing's pretty impenetrable for a little guy. Now, the waddle on the sides. What we're going to do different is we're not going to have black as the base. Okay? We're going to do like a chocolate brown. In other words, it's not as deep or whatever. And might use a very similar color. Let's Country Twill. All right, so and we may bring this up a level with some white or another off-white or something like that, but we need to play catch up with everything else. All right, so what color is this? I wish I had more folk art colors. They really behave significantly better. We do not want this dropping on top of our tanks. Too pink. I don't think I want to use this color at all on this side. It'll be too similar. doesn't have more yellow in it than that. Ah, there's that asshole art, whatever it's called, turd art. Mohong art. Let's practice on this. Yeah, the Samoa S-35s, I think, were only used for like partisan duties. I don't think they ever went to the Eastern. Well, they went to the Eastern Front, but as partisan duties. It's like, this is like pool deck furniture color. Yep. Yep, we're going to get there with that. Now, they didn't give me any detail on the inside of this building to paint. And we're not going to put wallpaper up. Well, I was hoping I wouldn't have to take a power nap, but getting pretty tired. Wow. No, there's no rules for any Japanese at all. I don't know if there ever will be. VB rules from a French book. Yep. I'm not in a hurry to buy supplements. I do have the French. Do have the French one, but I don't. There's no Japanese stuff in there. There's no Italian stuff in any of them. I got the All American one, which is the American one. Go figure. And then I got the. But if you want to do like Japanese, and that's all you want to do, well, you're gonna have to wait until they come out with them. Got contrast. Looks good. Looks real good. Looks real good. Alright, I gotta wake the fuck up, man. Okay, so we're definitely on the right track. Now we gotta do the bamboo on the floor. And I guess I dry brush to support things. Right back. have to put a little post here on the bottom. A little kickstand. Keep this thing from falling down. Now, I'm going to do something tricky. This is the window that props up. So when it's propped up, it's going to fade a lot more by the sun than the side is. Probably going to do that. Add a little bit of white to that as well. And the same thing with this. That's why I don't like using a wash. It's like you got to sit around and you got nothing to do. You know, instead of like, man, let's keep moving the football. Moving it forward. Same thing here. We're going to add a little bit here on make it look kind of irregular. And then when we get in here, we'll get in there. The secret is it's going to be lots of layers. And lots of layers. I mean, it's like this roof. It's like the roof. The roof is on that building is one of the best things I've ever done. Period. It's just freaking. I'm like, I'm going to have to touch little individual tiles. I ain't got to do that. And it's funny because I didn't do any dry brushing. Let's down this. We need to get coked up. And I didn't do any dry brushing for 18 years when I was doing DVA. I mean, other than like the wet dry brushing, like on the stands and stuff. And like, you know, if you're doing some kind of like touch up on the metallics when you're doing the chainmail and stuff like that. The rest of it is like literally putting it, and it just takes a long time to do that. And I'm not saying that I want to do is dry brushing for everything, but there's a place for it. And you know, in DVA you really couldn't use it for most of the stuff. So now the inside, I'm not going to focus on the inside walls. You know, it looks like there was like a shit stain on there. That'll all take care of itself. Now, and the main thing is we want some contrast. And we're going to come in and we're going to add, well, let's just do one. Let's just do one so we can kind of get an idea what this is going to look like. All right, so we're going to take this color, which is what we highlighted it with. Okay, I'm not going to use pure white. I think pure white's a little too, I think it's a little too dramatic. Do I have anything that's just a wee bit off? Oh, I got this barnwood thing. That's almost the same. Oh, that is the same color. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to use. No. No, let's not engage that just yet. All right, I'm gonna come in with a smaller brush. Been worried about my 12 boxes of minis possibly causing issues with the floor on the second level of the house. Those rickety tables at shows hold more than my entire collection. Been worried about your 12 boxes of miniatures possibly causing issues with the floor on the second level of the house. Those rickety tables at shows hold. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. You probably have some plastic figures, I would imagine. The box I have all my 15s in, I can't pick up without a back brace. It's extremely heavy, and it's one of those things that some things might be heavy and they're just a shape that's awkward to pick up, and it's that too. So it's literally in a corner of the garage. I have a monolithic slab in this house, so no problem anything happening on there. But it's extremely heavy. It's extremely heavy. And this is fun to do. I mean, this is like freeform painting. I am going to add a little bit of white to this. Okay, and we've got to do the same thing on these. I don't remember which side's going to be up, so we'll do them both. And we're not done yet. "12 of those really useful boxes." I know that's a brand name for it. I'm like, okay, well, how useful are they? No, that's the name brand of them. What? All right, now, where's my favorite color to pronounce? White! White is super powerful. You got to be careful. Got to look out for that white power. It's super powerful. So is black. You put too much of those two colors in, and they just will totally skew everything. All right. Here. Okay. Here. Here. We already did this one, okay. Here. Here. disappear one day because the floor collapsed. So you have a two level a 2 level house to yourself. Yeah, I lived in a multi-story place, and I don't like them because it's psychological. It's like, oh man, I left it upstairs, and it's just like, it seems like it's so damn far away, and it isn't. The problem with this 2 stories, you got one level that's significantly hotter than the other. I mean, that's kind of an issue here. All right, let's take a little let's do a check here to make sure we're moving in the right direction. Okay, we're not even close to being done. This takes some effort, but well, that looks good. This roof, it's not the same color as that. That's not the same color as this. And there's like these little strengthening bars on there. We're gonna tinker with those as well. Same thing with the ones on the roof. And of course, you're looking at something like this that looks like that. Yeah, we're on the right track. Now, let's veer off the right track. And do the floor. Now, the part that's going to be in the crevices is going to be, I'm going to make more green than the rest of the stuff. So I'm going to start as green as it'll be, and then get off of that. Get off that green. All right. So, what colors have we used? We use this as a base. We use this as a base. Okay. This is that's the 2 colors, and we used the brown as the mix-in. Did we use nutmeg? No. No, we used coffee bean. We used coffee bean. All right. All right. So what happens when I add what color is this? Avocado? Basil. It's basil! Right, whatever. What do you got here? Wild wasabi. Ooh, I like wasabi. Wasabi a little too spicy. Why can't they make it a 15 liter? Oh, and 14 9-liter. Okay. You know what I do in emails? I'm not suggesting you do this, but I write a lot of emails at work that involve something like 6 4x4s. 17 3x3s, things like that. So what I end up doing is I put the number 17 in parentheses. So you can see the quantity. Instead I don't do 17 times. I don't spell out 17. And that works pretty well for me. I'm going to see how this mixed with this looks. Okay? So I don't mix this with black. And then we're going to take this color and we're probably going to add this to it. Maybe. I don't know. I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out. Welcome to Winging It. Winging It with Tony. Let's see how these react to each other. Okay. Let's get my little beautiful Italian house out of here. Hey, don't mess up with the property. think I like that. I think I like that. I think I like that better than. Ooh, I don't know. What the hell is this? I have a friend that said his wife bollocked him after she noticed the floor sagging, but he has massive ACW sedan and God knows what else collections. Now he should go out carousing like every other warm-blooded Englishman or whatever it is that you guys do out there. We're going to use black. I mean, I could also use a gray, you know. Watch this. Watch this, folks. No hands. Not my first rodeo. I may not get it how I like it. We can fix it. Oh, we've been doing it on here. Well, that was kind of a mistake doing it that way. Oh yeah. That's where we want to be. That's where we want to start with. No darker than that. Let's make a big old goop. And we're going to start with this. And there's little like tie-in pieces where it look like they've been wrapped. We'll come in and hand paint those in a different color so that they stand out. Yeah, it's a shame that the Commonwealth vehicles in Burma weren't camouflaged. They were like in some green color. I remember this was a pain in the ass to glue. Why is this such a memorable little set? He repurposed that line from "Do the Right Thing." I'm just a struggling wargamer trying to keep my minis painted in a cruel and harsh world. Do the Right Thing. Is that like an ethnic movie? I don't think I've seen it. That's not one of those movies with Kid and Play in it, is it? Wow, there's something I don't think about on a daily basis. Now, I'm going to do the smart thing. The smart thing is finish this all the way through. Then decide if that's what I want the rest of the bamboo to look like. Okay? Okay, now we're going to do a little bit of a test. Yeah, I want this to not be as dried out. So we're going to put a little bit of this camel right here. And what happens if we add a little bit of camel now? What does the color do? Okay, what happens if when little later when we add a little bit more? What's it doing? I think that's where it needs to be. I don't want to make it look like freaking wasabi. I mean, you can get everything through YouTube if they can have those showing elephants being killed. I'm glad they didn't show that baby zebra, man. I was rooting for that baby zebra. Not cool. You know, it's one thing to shoot animals if they're attacking you, right? No problem. Why'd you kill them? Because they were there. Wrong answer. Not cool. All right, now we can go back. Let's mix the base. I'm going to keep using a big brush like this with a wet dry brush technique. This should, well, first of all, it's quick. When we get to the last level, we'll get like that big brush. I think this is where we want to be. I think this is where we want to be. You know, it's made out of different materials. And even if they all dried out, they're going to dry out and be different colors. Not like, hey, what a coincidence that all these different materials all happen to dry to the same yeah, I mean, now we're going to find out. See, now I'm like, I got the juices going, man. Now I'm like, I can't fall asleep. We have too much success has happened. Just emptied one box selling 15 millimeter ECW. Was this stuff that you painted yourself, Jeffrey, or did you get that from somebody else? Do we have Blanco here? Is Blanco around? Let's get us a new Blanco. Blanco is a little watery. I wish it was a little thicker. Let's see what happens with this. I'm liking it. I'm liking this. I need to use a bigger brush though. I'll be here all week. I don't mind this being a little impressionistic looking. We could even do a big nasty like this. Oh yeah, man. Who's the dickweed mowing? You mowing dickweed. Yeah, I might just be motivated to do some jungle trees soon. The palm trees can wait. That's, we need filler. Yeah, we got some little ties there. We'll paint them individually. I I think that looks good. I think that looks good. I think that looks good. It's not green and it's not this. I think I'm comfortable enough going the whole hog and all that on that color. Just read the Paleo scenario from Battalions in Crisis. 13 Hagos, each carrying 6 infantry, tied on. I'm scared to ask. How are they tied on? Bring up the meat shield! Hold on! And what did they do with the prisoners? They just tied them on like reactive armor. Paleo. I had a history teacher that called that island Tarawa one time. Like, really? Strapped on nips. What a word. What? Oh, son of a... I felt it. Bring in the hand sanitizer. Strapped on nips, and the next thing you hear is this sound. Yep, it's the family show, folks. Technically, that would be nipper torture, wouldn't it? All right. Am I comfortable doing the entire floor that color? I think so. I haven't done the walls yet completely, so that's good. Oh, we got some down here. Jesus. We're going to wipe the floor with your ass and kick it for not getting up in the corners. All right. I think we'll use this one. And this is good. Yeah, the Japanese treated their own people terrible. Terrible. I was talking about that yesterday, the other day. I said, I think they treated their troops worse than the Russians treated their troops. Like, no wonder, man. No wonder they were, like, captured prisoners and treated them like, animals. Worse than animals. You didn't paint them. Don't normally sell stuff I paint. Well, that's fair. That's fair. That makes sense to me. I think that's a little too bright. We may end up doing it. We may end up doing the handrail a different color, like brightening it up more or something like that. But let's just do everything in this color right here. All right, so if this turns out really well, I'm probably going to order a building soon. I don't know what that means, but I'm probably going to be inspired to order a building, and it's probably going to be for the Pacific, just to mix it up. What do you think of that little Italian? You think that little Italian thing could be somewhere on the Philippines? I mean, you know, it looks Italian, Spanish, same thing. I mean, that could be a little Philippine thing. This is going to turn out really well. Now, the end of the bamboos, they're chopped, right? So the end is not going to be this color. We got to paint the insides. That one will be a little bit more yellow looking. It'll look nice. That's something a lot of people forget to do. Like, they'll make things out of wood and they'll paint it the color of wood, like if it has bark on it. Like, yeah, you got to like debark it, man. Just little things like that. Well, you're the painter. You can do whatever the hell you want, you know, but... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Ready? And we don't want these lines in the middle to be pure black. If there's a little bit of black showing, that's fine. The power of craft paint. And I'm not adding water to it either, because then it just gets too soupy. I gotta wait a while for it to dry, etc. It's a pain in the ass. I don't like my momentum being compromised. Yeah, it looks good to fit in. I think so. You know, the other thing is you could always make up the name of an island that's basically similar, really similar to the name of the real island. Like if you don't want to do Luzon, you could say, Buzon, which means mailbox in Spanish. The island of Buzon. And it's basically the Luzon equivalent. Or you can get really creative. Got plenty of time to think about stuff like that. What's up, man? At the risk of throwing a hand grenade in, there was some kind of German traditional buildings on the old German colonies of the Pacific. Oh. There's some hidden Germans been waiting for the First World War. Yeah. The Pacific! That's right. The Pacific, but not too specific. Oh, yeah. The not too specific Pacific. I don't have any German buildings, actually. What you do is you put on a game with a make-believe Japanese island and see if anybody notices. I mean, you guys would know, but I mean, just random people. Oh, I never heard about that battle of a such and such, Well, I'm gonna have to add some water. I didn't want to do it, but the folk art paint is so much better than any of the other paint. Well, any of the other craft paint. Whoa, wee! Slow down, man. Have one of my morning sneezes come in and knock this whole thing down. Well, I found out I could play that game enlisted against all AI. So it's a first-person shooter, and I can have AI guys on my team and enemy AI guys. So that lets me explore the map a little bit. So one of the maps was like this Burmese temple complex and this city and stuff. And they had these vehicles. One vehicle should have taken a picture of it. That was similar to this. Of course, the wheels are different. I may just have to replace the wheels. It was a vehicle similar to this, and it was green on the bottom. So, of course, this looks like one of those. Hold on, lady, we're going for a ride. He's Dr. Jones to you. You call him Dr. Jones. What the Shanghai is going on here? What in the Shanghai showdown is going on here? Yeah. Yeah, I'm having too much fun with this shit. Should be illegal. You call him Dr. Jones. I'll get one of those planes with the 20mm cannon and sit there waiting for Godzilla. They made such a big deal out of that guy. Oh, we got to shoot down Godzilla because he's coming. Yeah, it's 20 millimeter cans ain't gonna do jack shit to them, especially when you only got two of them. This would be a great place to sit and spend the weekend, except there's no air conditioning. And like I said, we may take her with the handrail. We'll make the handrail a little bit different in color. See, I wonder what I would have to do to give this thing smaller wheels, and it not cost a fortune. But I really like this painting. Like this painting I'm doing like this, it's really free form. I feel like I'm painting like on a canvas. Like, there's a happy little tree, that kind of crap on here, Like, it looks like I'm being messy, but I'm not being messy. As long as it inspires palm trees, I'm good. You need to paint some of my palms this summer. Okay. Well, I think I gotta do jungle trees first. The palm trees will take care of themselves. Um, Man, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. I'm watching that video you sent me, and I'm like, what kind of an asshole would destroy a palm tree? And then I just realized, oh, the assholes that bought our house. Because we ended up putting in 3, 5, 9 palm trees in. When he got our house 20 years ago. And 3 of them were ruined by woodpeckers. They were queen palms, which basically look like big banana plants. They got tall. They actually are the fastest growing ones, are the ones that we got. But they have a soft banana plant type layer. So the woodpeckers would drill into them, and to make their home in there, and weakened them. And one of them like snapped in half and almost hit my car. So those had to be removed. And then the Washingtonias did really well, but they ended up just being sticks. I mean, we got them. I don't know. They weren't super tall, but I think the tallest one might have been 8 feet, something like that. And they took off. They're like 35 feet. They really liked it there. And Stumpy, the one we called Stumpy. Ooh, was this kind of loose? The one we called Stumpy, which is the one that was closest to the house, was what kind of palm tree was it? It's one that had dates. It was the most expensive one. That's why it came really small. And it ended up being like, 12 feet. The fuckers cut the thing down. They don't want to deal with it. I mean, these people from California went and cut down the trees in Florida. I was like, man, I thought all you guys in California were a bunch of hippie-ki-yay types. Hippy-dippy. Yeah, this is awfully weak. What's going on here? I don't like the ooh. All right, we're gonna have to hold on to that when we dry brush it. I don't plan on mounting this to the base permanently. I think that there could be a base it sits on, but if guys are crawling underneath there, you need to be able to lift it, see where they're at, put it back down, kind of thing. I'm sure they had punkah wallas. What is that? That sounds like something Australian. Well, add to the punkah wallas, yeah, walk about. Punkah. Punkah walla. A person, typically a servant, who operated a punkah, a large swinging fan used for. Oh yeah, one of them guys that. Yeah. Yeah, this guy. How breezy would you like it? I don't know what this is from. This guy almost looks like Balky. Don't be ridiculous. Oh man. Let's get all the way in there since we haven't done the wall yet. We haven't finished up the wall. How are we doing here? That's not water. Well, I know one thing's for sure. I need to see who makes 20 millimeter tigers. You need to be a tiger on the loose. And don't tell me that shit wouldn't be fun. No. Sneaking around here, the next thing you know, you got a Shere Khan enema. Hey, look, the bottom's not painted, Marcus. Ah, yeah, it is. It's primed. Not priming it, that would be That's unacceptable. And just like with anything else that you paint, the first color is the one that takes the longest because it's got to get everywhere. And then after that, each one's quicker and quicker. Okay, I think we're good with that. All right. What is this? Wild lychee or something? Wild basil? No, basil green. The other one was the wasabi color. I like wasabi a lot. Oh, we never did a color check here. Of course, it's not the final color. See, this is on this side. Yeah, you can't tell yet. Can't tell yet. The stick doesn't weigh anything. You working on desert stuff, Marcus? Dak attack? Just finished the base weathering of this Panzer 3G for North Africa. Now I need to put a number on it for 15th Panzer Division. 4. Need to go back to that reference you sent and figure out which company. Well, if you do an Operation Crusader of the 15th Panzer Division, the 7th, I believe it was the 7th company, wasn't there yet. So 5 and 6 would have had Panzer IIIs. 8's got the 4s and the 2nd Battalion. I didn't realize that the 15th Panzer Division was fighting it there with missing 2 companies. Missing the 7th company and the 3rd. They showed up in January or something like that. That's thanks to that Micromark guy that Ben knows. Captain Micromark. I assume his guy's name's Mark. Did they all have G's? No, you have to look at my reference. Let's see. We're probably going to find this under downloads. Well, that didn't take long. I think it's this one. Nope. That's the reconnaissance group. British. Okay. Fifth and sixth had G's. The fifth had 2 platoons of all G's, 1 platoon of 4 H's and 1 J, and then 1 platoon that had 4 Panzer IIIs. And then 1 platoon that had 4 Panzer IIs, 2 C's, and 1 Panzer III G. I would imagine that would be the commander's vehicle. Yeah, so two of the 4 platoons in the 5th Company were equipped with 5 Panzer III Gs each. Then the 6th Panzer Company has 3 platoons. 2 of them were completely equipped with the G, and the other one is equipped with the Panzer IIs. And what I just decided I was going to make the Panzer IIs the higher numbered platoon. So, like, if I was doing the 6th Panzer Company and that has 2 platoons of the 3Gs, I'd make it the 6-1, 6-1-2, 6-1-3, 6-1-4, 6-1-5, and then the one that's 6-2-1, 6-2-2, 6-2-3, 6-2-4, 6-2-5. Well, but they would have a big 6. That's right, with a smaller number. I don't know if you plan on putting the whole smaller number, whatever, on it, but it's 5th and 6th for those guys. Yeah. 5th should do it. Yep. Merry Christmas, Mr. Tony. Merry Christmas. Sudden change at theater? Yep. Yep. We're doing some Far East stuff. I've never done Far East stuff before. Why not? I already had this. It's going to be Far East for my make-believe island. An island that's not, a postage stamp in the middle of the Pacific. Did the 8th Company for your Panzer IIs. Yeah, those are, yeah, there's 1 platoon of those. There's actually 3 Matildas in that company. 3 captured Matildas. You know how I feel about captured tanks. You better have like 12 British Matildas before you start having one that's captured. Yeah, the Kulan miniatures look better than the real tank. Okay, rain already. Stop with the upset stomach. Grumpy Mother Nature. Off-board artillery there. I mean, we need the rain. Lightning, I don't care if we ever have lightning again. Not even that dark out there. Let's see what kind of a storm front we're doing. Did you actually say storm front? That's like one of them dog whistle terms. Show me the radar. Ah, it's little. Could still get hit by lightning. Which way is it travel? Must be traveling. Yeah, it's going. Whoa, hello. All right, if we get disconnected, you know what happened. It's a small dimensional storm. We didn't lose connection, did we? Man, we don't need to lose power today. Oh, yeah. That and I'm on a bloody tear. Shit, I better make sure my phone's charged. Shit, 41%. Geez, my cord long enough? Gee whiz. Like I said, if I get disconnected, it was against my wishes. Let's knock things out from the side view here that we can see from this side. And we're gonna allow those shadows to do some of their stuff. Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence by Nigasa Oshima was a fine film about Jap camp for Allied POWs. I haven't even seen Bridge Over the River Kwai. I probably waited too long to watch it, didn't I? We tried watching that prison camp thing. Undefeated, Undaunted, something like that. And the daughter couldn't get into it. And I thought it was pretty boring myself, but... Saw Flags of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima, but I'm not specifically interested in watching stuff that's specifically for Iwo Jima or Okinawa. And we're going to do the ends of these. We're going to paint the end of this bamboo. Oh, this is going to look fucking amazing. If I don't get hit by lightning, this is going to look fucking amazing. I could see it already. And there's little places to do little wraps and stuff around that. We're gonna do that on here. Oh yeah. And we still have the walls to do on the inside. It's not going to look like a poop show in there like it does right now. Ya basta. Kwai is not as heavy as Merry Christmas, I think. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, the Japanese treated their own soldiers like terrible. Like, no wonder they, took it out on prisoners. Not justifying it, but I'm like, man, they treated their own freaking people terrible. Yeah, I hate. Actually, I'm fine with thunder. I don't like lightning. Florida is the lightning capital of the United States, unfortunately. But we did. Is it the summer yet? No, technically it's not the summer. But we've had nothing but uber dry weather. Usually we start getting torrential rains around my daughter's birthday, which is mid-May, and it ruins her birthday plans frequently because of the. And this time it didn't rain because she was in Europe. So, for her birthday. And we're gonna mix some more. We're gonna mix some yellow-like colors in with this. It's not like it's gonna stay this green, but fuck, had too much on there when I did that. That's all right. Anyways, I feel like doing another building, and I'm really enjoying like basically this style of painting, which is almost like oil painting in a way. Where is the? Here we go. It's fucking tiny. It's intense. It's intense like a motherfucker. It's going this way. Hardly any rain. Wish I didn't have those pine trees. Rain, man. We could use the rain. Right, use it. It's about a mile away. I fucking hate lightning. I absolutely hate lightning. And my mom scared me. Like I can't take a shower and shit like that when it's lightning. Like, nope. Oh, I'd type it a long time. I don't care. I can't do that shit. That's one of my fears, man. Big ass people are candy asses and scared of spiders. I don't care about spiders. And I feel like if it doesn't rain, it's even stronger. It's like, man, you need to just unclench and just let it rain. It wasn't really even raining. Just constipated. Okay, I think I'm gonna need to go to a thinner brush to get in there. Same style brush, maybe, but then I needed something I could go back and forth with. Maybe something like, let's see, this one might work. Not load it down with a lot of stuff. Oh no, we need this. If I could remove this. Whoa! Where'd that come from? Did this have some leftover red in here? All right, that did not work as planned. Oh, I don't have brushes over there anymore. Get rid of them all. Move them over here. It's going to be trickier because I can't hit this at the same angle. I'm going to have to go more vertical on this. We'll get there. Time for more. Why is this so weak? Oh, it's a shame this one's coming out because this is the side I can actually reach really well. It's this one. I wouldn't mind if it popped out, but I don't want to break it. I don't want to break it and then proceeds to break it. Okay. Oh yeah. Today on Not My First Rodeo, mira eso. Why did I have to quit my day job again? It's going to be hard to top that little Italian house, man. I really enjoyed that. Now, I'm going to get it just on the tippy tip of this. And then take that tippy tip and put it up against this wall. Okay, good, good. Let's do that again. That went well. So I'm gonna fix something now because it's kind of bugging me, and it's unfortunate that I have to fix it, but it's not that big of a problem other than it just creates another step I got to deal with. All right, so let's mix some of this black. We're gonna need we need some help from Mr. Water. Let's make a negative color in here. No, it needs to be darker than that. Nope, darker than that. Did great. All right, just the fine detail left on the deck, so hopefully I'll finish up tomorrow. Next up, Moroccan Goumier. What exactly are those guys? Are they like crazy tribesmen? They're like locals, right? They're just like, we're here to cut off your dicks. We're fighting the Germans. Do we get to cut their dicks off? Yes. All right, that's who we want to fight. You know? Like they collect, you know. I want to say I read about them in the book, but I forget how the hell they pronounce their damn name. Goumier? That's how I would say it if it's spelled like that. You got any of them Goumier people? Pierre the Goumier. Where's that Pierre guy at? He owes me money. That frog son of a bitch. There's lots of accounts that happen like in North Africa, like Americans like just like shooting random tribesmen and stuff like that. I'm like, holy crap. Why'd you shoot them? Because they was there. According to what I've read, indigenous Moroccan soldiers who served as auxiliary units attached to the French army of Africa. So they're locals. So they're Berbers. And they wore those striped pajamas, right? Those striped pajama looking things. Not to be confused with the boy in the striped pajamas. That was a hell of a movie. That was a hell of a movie. If you guys haven't seen that. Still having that little... I just went too thick on that one brush stroke, and that brush stroke, I think we can leave it like that. When we go and put the other color on top of it, I think it'll fade away. It's an easy fix. I want to get things done the right times. I don't want to have to go back and like touch things up. They collect ears. Okay. Who else did that? Gurkhas, right? But Gurkhas only collected Japanese ears. Gurkhas. Gurkhas are Nepalese, right? They always had on the cruise ships. They always had the Nepalese guys running security, and they look awfully shifty, like one of their ancestors. Genghis Khan had their way with one of their ancestors, and they're waiting to pay somebody back. Well, how about pay a Mongol guy back? But the Nepalese guys always run the security or they're the guys that are, I don't know who's running the security, but they're the guys that are front and center. Yes, Jalaba, I think is the name. Looking forward to painting those. Oh, Strelitz makes them. Strelitz stuff is great. Strelitz stuff is great. All right, well, this cup of coffee made me snap out of it. Thank you, King, Lord of Caffeine. All right, color check for you guys. And it's going to start getting less green as we go, but you can see there's that green tint. It's just a lot easier to control that than with a wash, you know. Oh, we got you now. There's a guy on the Gaslands forums. I forget what the hell his name is. Seems like an eccentric. I haven't been on the Gasland Facebook page in years. We used to post on there all the time, and he would sell replacement wheels that he would make for all the Hot Wheels vehicles. Well, this looks fine for a Gaslands vehicle, but if I want this to be one of the and I'm telling you this vehicle is perfect for this. Some Shanghai looking thing, but the wheels are, a little too hot rodish. It's got them Cruella de Vil headlights. I like that stuff. You know what I'm talking about. Japanese, I think, had a 13-man squad. One light machine gun that loved to jam a lot. Sir Jam-a-Lot. That the one that had the hopper? One of their light machine guns had a hopper. So you'd put all the shells, you put all the things in a hopper, and it used some kind of oil for lubrication, oil and dust, and that's not a good combination. Yeah, and we're not done with the roof yet. We just needed to kind of get it in the vicinity so we can kind of get all the colors working together. You don't want to overshoot where the color needs to be. I say all that stuff. Trust me, folks. Yeah, I've got a good history of my track record's pretty good. And if I don't get it right the first time, we can fix it. I'd like to get it right the first time. All these little ends of the bamboo, they're all going to have the ends painted. That little detail makes a difference. All these ends. All right, now we need to get this side looking as good as the steps on that side. Now, can we pop this thing out? Probably not there. All right. I think we can get far enough as it is. Casino. What about Casino? They were a casino? They make a casino. Who finally broke Casino? Because Casino was one of those places I think that they sent like all kinds of different nations. I think the British went in there, and I think the Poles were the ones that cracked Casino, right? You know, the thing about Italy that's cool is naming the town. Oh man, you could come up with all kinds of names. San Angelo and, all kinds of crap. San Carpaccio. Monte Antipasti. Poles, yeah, I think it was the Poles that cracked it. And that's not the meant that other people that were thrown against Monte Cassino were a bunch of pussies and they couldn't take it. I'm just like, it was like a brutal place to take. Italeri makes like a right. They make that mock-up that comes with the monastery. I don't know if the monastery's in scale. I mean, I feel like a monastery should be freaking huge, but what do I know? Okay, I think we need to leave well enough alone. Okay, let's check all the. It's a blessing that this thing is really light. All right, I can go. I can go a couple different ways here. How are we doing on the white? We need more of this green. Just craft paint, folks. Let's see how this white behaves with the green. All right, now let's see how this camel behaves with the green. I like the camel with the green. I like the camel with the green. And then we can add a little bit of white afterwards. No. And we're not going to cover all of it, so you're still going to have some of that green underneath. Never done this before. But really enjoying painting like this. Got to be careful there. I don't want to undo shit. Have to redo it. I like that Illyria set, but so expensive. I just bought a few generic buildings from Battle Honors 3D. Who did you get them from? You get them? How did you do that? You did it through Etsy or? They're the ones that make that Italian village, right? I think the next level I'm going to do, I'll get with a smaller brush. We'll do less dry brushing. Now, directly in battle honors, I bought a whole load of buildings at the beginning of the year. Okay. Now, this is the part where we don't necessarily want everything to be looking exactly the same. What I mean by that is, here's an entranceway. This is the side we can peel back, right? Yep. Okay. We didn't do the inside of the guardrail here. Damn it, man. All right. It's all right. It's not like it's not anything that can't be fixed. It's just, you have to go back and redress it. Put it up against this cardboard so it's being supported. That's it. It's not a big deal. It's just unfortunate that 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing. Now we're going to get rid of this. What brush do we have here? No. We want to use something like this, but one that's in better shape. This one should be just fine. This isn't going to be really rough on this brush. Now we're going to come over here. Let's get some water. Yeah, that Italian village is incredible. All right, so let's get a color like this. And let's get a blanco. Titanium white. Wow, heavy, dude. It's almost like I'm sketching. Almost feel like, when you're drawing something, you're just kind of lightly sketching. That's what this feels like. And I just rather, I could probably have used a wet palette, but I'm telling you, I'm doing mixing so often. The more you mix, the better you get at it. And I don't know. I feel like it's a really handy. It's real handy to be good at mixing colors, especially if you have to go back and do something. All craft paint, folks. Thank God I woke up. All right, color check. And we got a lot more time to spend on this thing. I mean, this isn't anywhere close to being done, and that's fine because this is far from being unpleasant to do. This looks better than the lean-to, which was the practice. Yeah, wife's gonna love this. Need to go a little bit brighter than that. Need to push the envelope of lighting so it stands out. use little boy's room again. I'll be right back. I don't have to. I choose to use little boy's room. Didn't even rain that much. Yeah, it didn't even rain that much. Just a grumpy upstairs neighbor. Now, we're not ready to do the ends yet. Painting stuff like this makes me like never want to go back to paint things that are like white metal because it's just too damn heavy. They're like unwieldy and like parts and shit fall off of them just while you're trying to go around them. Not necessarily miniatures, but like tanks. No, vehicles. I don't want to do white metal stuff. Edge of the brush is really handy for doing stuff like this. It's all right. We went on the raised parts. I need to get at this from this angle. All right, that'll work. It's still less trouble than knowing that when you're done painting this, you have to assemble different sub-assemblies together. Not a fan of that. Okay. The end of these things. All right. Give me some black. Why black? Don't ask. Because we need these things to pop. Okay. The inside of bamboo, we want damn near white, but not quite. So I'm actually going to go ahead and grab a Vallejo color. And I want to grab pale sand, I think. I want it even lighter than that. Even lighter than pale sand. What color is this? Ice yellow might actually do it. It's one of these colors that's never been worth a damn. Might even be dead. Ist kaputt. Okay, bye-bye. I guess let's do pale sand. I'll mix in a little bit of white. Yeah, I want lighter than that. Here we go. Yeah, even darker than that. Maybe even darker than that. Okay, that's all the ends that face on this way. Any ends over here? We got, not really. Did you come back? Are you not entertained? Nothing over here? No. All right, we'll go back to this first one. Now, because we want a lot of contrast here, leaving some of that little darker rim around. It doesn't have to be perfect. Same thing over this side. All right, so we got all the little ends of those bamboo done. Now we still have the inside of the walls, which look like not good, and we got a lot of trim work. Let's just do another color check here. Yeah, it looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. And there's still, I mean, there's still a lot of stuff to do to it. Is your friend from VA calling discussing an in-person summer war game? Tell me you don't want to play with them Yankees from Virginia. Oh man. All right. I gotta remember what some of these colors are now that I used. Oh. They'd be offended at that. Yeah, well, Virginia's the North. Oh man. All right, let's see if we can make some semblance of order here. All right, we can do that. Let's go a little bit darker than this. Yeah, this is kind of this at this point is just this is kind of relaxed. Like we can already tell this is gonna look good. So man, it's bombardment, man. We're still under bombardment. They think you're a defector. Yeah, I don't know how you could stay and live in there that long, man. kudos to you. That's a different world than you're used to. That's a different world I'm used to. That's too close proximity with too many people that are like. Weird. Yeah, this is the way forward on this. But I need more order than this. This is I'm kind of going every which way at once. So let's see if we can't straighten this shit out. I mean, it is just thunder after thunder after thunder after thunder after thunder. We're just going real thin here, so this is going to take, multiple. But we'll just go around in a circle. You get right back to the beginning. It'll be dry enough. I take it the people that you play in person, they don't paint. They're just gamers. You get anybody to play a game. You get a monkey to play a game. My friend doesn't paint, but his two boys are excellent. They're now around 30. Got a pair of Lukes there, huh? A pair of Lukes that paint. What do they play? What do they paint? World War II stuff or? Something different than that. Look, we're back at the beginning. We'll just keep going round and round in a circle till we get this about where we need it to be. And it's going to have an irregular look to it. Like there's some kind of, I don't know, some kind of drywall or something like that. I don't know what the inside of one of these. Honestly, they should be these logs. They should be the wattle on the inside too, but I have a feeling I'm probably going to have to work on this for several days. And that's okay, because now we've done all the heavy lifting. Like, at this point, we know this is going to turn out well. Like, everything's fallen into place. You know, the roof doesn't look bad. As soon as you add, like, the little supports thing, it'll look even better. Mostly sci-fi like World War II. Well, it's just not the only thing for them. I don't know why people like science fiction so much. Must be from watching too much Firefly. I can't do this shit with an airbrush. This is zero stress. Airbrush, I'd be worried about screwing something up. How soon before I screw something up? I have to go back and fix it. And now we're back around, right? Okay. Fair enough. So we're going to grab this. Where's let's use this right here. Let's use this barn wood. We don't need to do white per se. This should work just fine. It's a little kind of irregular. I mean, it's not been thundering for a long time. Over an hour. Definitely over an hour. Okay, we'll probably give that a rest and let that come back and touch that back up tomorrow. Where's the other little, where's this part? Here we go. This is the thing that has a little ladder on here. Yeah. Something like that. Now the bamboo's farther along than the actual wattle in the roof. Already got some of that there? Okay, good. Let's I mean, and it's not a big storm, but like, good Lord, man. It's definitely moving away. Actually, let me rethink this. I think it's drawn other moisture and it's like grown, but up that way. But it's like, man, it's one angry motherfucker. Mother Nature's on the rag. Da, 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 da. So did your girls ask you, hey, what do you want for Father's Day? I want you to leave me alone. Make your own breakfast. Hey, you weren't here this morning, so you were probably making breakfast for everybody on your floor. Oh, yeah. Yeah, buddy. You get an egg, and you get an egg, and you get an egg. feel wet paint in there. You had a boatload of catch-up work to do. You wanted to finish before your daughter returned from a sleepover. I take it she's out of school. She probably got summer gymnastics, I would imagine. My daughter had a lot of practices when she was doing the synchronized swimming. And luckily, we didn't have any of the win at all cost parents in our group. Because that would have sucked. Done with tests, but school's out not till June 26th. Must be all the snow days. Now, there's some kind of like roll up window here. Roll up window for drive through service, something like that. Something like that. New York starts late after Labor Day. That is late. Yeah. It used to be like the first week in August, and I swear it's almost like early August. Alright, I gotta use the little boy's room. I'll be right back. need to figure out what colors I used for the roof. Or not. Or wing it. Probably use this. Country Twill. I'm pretty sure I used Country Twill. Country Twill in black. Well, we don't need to do the black part anymore. We want Country Twill and we want white. Country Twill and white. And not too much of the white. Is this thing dried out yet? That's probably the one to do. Yep. Man, I forgot I was even wearing glasses. That's good. Now we're going to go really light with this. And I'm going to focus on the part that's away from these vertical pieces, these strengtheners. Okay, got that one. What else we got? That's a wattle. That one's still a little bit different. We got these. Okay, same thing. Where did we do our thing here? We need thinner than this then. Yeah, I guess this will work. Now, I'm going to take this camel color that's here. Pretty sure that's what that is. And white. Yep. Now, pure white. itchy. Doesn't have that so much kickback, as I like to call it. Kickback. All right, so the strengtheners, I don't think I want to go any lighter than that. I want to actually dark. Thank you. Ooh, that's a. Which one fell? Part of it. Oh, it's one of the ones for this. Let's add a little bit of color. What are you gonna do? You gonna ruin it? I hope not. If I do, I gotta fucking fix it. Let's hang these brushes up here. Man, parts of my skin are like boiling. Let's see a picture. All right. Try to minimize the kickback here. Man, it like fucks with it. Like it's like, oh, that's exactly what it looks like, and then it does this tiny change, and then just changes what it looks like. Well, we'll just go with what this changed it to. But it definitely looks more washed out than it is. Yeah, the bamboo looks pretty good. Here's a close-up of the ends. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to lightly wash these strengthener beams. And let's see what strong tone does to it. Let's go here. Feel like it needs to have a little bit of the orange. Let's just go with this one. We're not adding an unusual color here. Yeah. I think it looks all right. It looks better. So if you do something and you're unsure about it, okay, did it look better that you did that, or before did it look better? And if it keeps looking better, then you're moving in the right direction. And this is real easy to work with. This thick wash, really easy to work with. It's really forgiving. And see, at this point, every single thing I'm doing, it looks better than before I did it. So like, I like this part of the process because it's like it's continually moving forward. So here you can see the difference between one side and the other. This is the side over here that has the reinforcing. This doesn't have it on the other one. Just something else for your eye to go, you know? Yep. As long as everything you do adds more different, and it's just subtle little layers of different things. You know, like I brought the bamboo up so much that now the wattle doesn't look like it's got enough depth. Now I'm going to take it a step and I'm going to take it a step forward. I'm going to actually lay this on pretty thick. this ladder still isn't painted. We'll paint it individually. Yeah, that looks even better. That looks even better. So we're going to do the same thing with the whole roof. It's a good thing we don't have any No Kings people around. They would hate your number one crown. That's right. They didn't block any intersections or whatever in New York City, did they? Yeah, there we go. Ah! Look, where'd my soda go? No, we don't have any of this. This channel is a benign dictatorship. I had a teacher that said that one time. This isn't a democracy. This is a benign dictatorship. Sales were weak. Were terrible this week in LA. Worse than when we had the fires in January. Really? Just people stayed away, or? Hold on a second here. It's an opportunity to look at something in a map. I can't pass it up. You said West Hollywood, all right? Never been out there, but I know where that is. I don't remember what it's called. I do a search for coffee. It's not that one. That's your competition. 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 Also your competition. Also your competition. The Humanist Coffee. Okay. Nope. Liberation Coffee House. Except they want you to be a slave. It's coffee and tea. You didn't capitalize the name of your place. I can't go there. And then this place is all capitalized. Coffee for Sasquatch. Man, good Lord, there's a lot of coffee places there. Holy smokes. Okay, maybe I'm not searching in the right place. Let me zoom out. Dunkin'. I'd rather drink piss than Dunkin'. Dunkin's terrible. Dinosaur coffee? Why dinosaur? They have dinosaurs on there? I must be looking in the wrong place. Rocket ship. You're on Melrose Avenue. Featured on Melrose Place. Okay, you were farther up than... No, I was still looking in that area. Man, all those roads are straight. I've probably committed some crimes near there in Grand Theft Auto. That looks familiar. American Revel, Slow, CVS, Caddy Corner from CVS. What's this over here? No Moo, New American Burgers. What are they like? They're animal free. Louise's Trattoria. Public parking. Oh, you gotta pay for parking? Oh no, that's un-American. Okay, let's see how this. I mean, it's gonna have a little bit of a glossy look to it. Unfortunately, that's what this thing is. All right. We have a ladder there on the roof. It makes sense for the ladder to be made out of the same material that the bamboo is, to me, and that'll make it pop up from. It'll make it pop from there. All right. So that's what we're gonna do next. ¿Dónde está el verde? Oh, geez, we're gonna have to wipe this bitch down. That's old. Yeah. I can only imagine what rent is like in California. Probably absurd. It's absurd everywhere. What am I talking about? Rent's absurd everywhere. Thanks, COVID. Why is this cup of coffee $12? Oh, I'm sorry. I rang it up wrong. It's 15. The rent! It's minimum wage that's killer. Yep, I didn't vote for that. I already had my minimum wage story. My first job, I learned that. I'm like, I had been there a while. I got a raise, which was not significant, which was more than the minimum wage. I was making the minimum wage. I got a raise. This is my first job. You know, I got, I don't know, a quarter, something like that. The minimum wage went halfway, but went up 10 cents or something like that. They didn't raise mine 10 cents. They left me the same. I'm like, okay, well, learn that lesson. It doesn't matter what the minimum wage is. You can't. The minimum wage could be $70 an hour. You can't live on minimum wage because as soon as you raise the minimum wage to $70 an hour, your loaf of bread now costs $17. You know that's how it works. You're always going to have people at the bottom. You have to. You just can't be somebody like, man, I've worked at this job for like 12 years. How come I'm not making more money? How come you can't handle any more responsibilities, dude? Our youngins get $17.50 an hour with tips is closer to 23. Well, I've never worked at a food place. No, I work retail. I don't think retail is a bad job. It just doesn't pay the bills. And if you work retail, next thing you know, you end up like quitting it to do a history podcast. Where the hell did he go? Where the hell did Tick Boy go? Did he quit doing podcast, or is that really the case? I don't know. You can take some of those crazy risks over there in the UK, like I've said before. It's like, you know, like here, we have to keep a job so we can have insurance, right? But if you don't pay any more for it, you can still get medical care, I guess. It is the Airfix Workshop 72. Excellent. Does that mean you are a believer of the one true scale? If so, you are in the right place, my friend. Although I'll dabble in 176 also. You know, 176 is like 172nd's little illegitimate little brother. Oh, hold on 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. My wife is out of town and she just called me through the Alexa. So I'll be right back in just a second. Okay, sorry about that. You only do 1/72nd scale. Well, you're in the right fucking place, my friend. Excellent. Um, I also only do 1/72nd scale, and a shitload of it. That's not true. There's some other things that are 1/76th, and there's even some freak shows that because I picked them up for $1, it's 1/87th scale. But that's only because this thing is a monster. But hey, it works. You know, it's a big freaking tank. It's still a big freaking tank. But yep, yep. That's what we do here. Yep, that's the only thing that I have that's 1/87th. It just kind of like I had an opportunity to buy those T35s, and I'm like, for $1 a piece. I'm like, all right, I'm not going to pass those up. So yeah, we're working on this. How'd you find me? How'd you find me? I'm here all the time, man. Welcome. What part of the world you live in? And I dabble a little bit in aircraft, very little. I've just started dabbling in aircraft. And sometimes I cheat and use 15mm houses. That'll work. This 15mm house. This will work for a little Italian cottage. The down Messerschmitt. Hold on. Let's kill that. There we go. Better colors. So, yeah, I do stuff with the intention of wargaming. So I found you random. Okay, well, there's nothing I can do. It's luck of the Irish. Yeah. So, yeah, welcome, man. Yeah, the one true scale. Yeah, I got into this a long time ago, and I wanted to do skirmish wargaming, and this is the scale to do back in, just getting into the Pacific. So let's see, could this work? Yeah, I guess it could. Some Filipino type island or whatever. I mean, we need more of this. This a head honcho gets to live in. Like, oh, you mean you got a real walls? It's like, yeah, I got walls that. You the guy in the house with big wall? Yeah. So what do you think, Marcus? You think I should replace the wheels on this thing? I don't know. This looks pretty freaking good. This is way too much kickback. It kicks the white back too much. I don't know. The roof looks a little like one of those Berber tents. Like, one of those guys that are just hanging out in the desert. But I think it looks better than not having that on there. And the lean-to, that we did the example for the bamboo, and I like the bamboo on this better than the lean-to. What model is that? The car? It is a Hot Wheels. Let's see. Made in Thailand. It has no other writing other than that. I want to say this was one that was custom made for Walgreens. The drugstore that had the Walgreens logo on it. And I decided not to tear it apart because I feel like my life is in danger every time I tear something apart. One of these. It's like the most dangerous thing you can do. Like your fingers are just too close next to the. I'd like to keep all. I need all my fingers. I paint a lot better with all my fingers. So. Yeah. So, God, the Hago is tiny. But I tell you what, if this little bastard gets angry and wants to ram into it, this thing's going to come down like that, like Porky's. Ciudad de Mexico. Okay. Excellent. Man, it's probably hard to find stuff in that scale up there. When I went to Madrid, It was hard to find 1/72 still stuff in Spain, and I went to multiple places. It was difficult. You probably have to make. Well, we live in a time where you can get things from everywhere, you know. Yeah, Hot Wheels are generic. The rims aren't so bad as the width. I mean, it looks like it's getting ready to do some kind of a you know race or something like that. So, all right, let's bring the lean-to up to the same condition that we're at. All right, we need to get. Do we still have white here? What color did I use? I want to say I used. Well, it doesn't have to be exactly. It doesn't have to be exactly the same. Doesn't have to be exactly the same, but it's most of the people that come on this channel don't do 1/72, and that's fine. Other people want to do other scales. It's up to them. It's not a problem. It helps that you do armor or planes, or do you do wargaming? And now let's do some pure white. I went last summer to visit some friends of ours that live in Oaxaca. And I went saying, oh, let's see if there's any hobby places. Psh, all right, there's nothing. And they have the same, gamer type people playing Magic the Gathering and stuff everywhere in the world. It's like, okay, well, not interested in that. All right, let's do this. The Warsh. The problem with the Warhammer crowd is if you're like, oh, okay, well, I don't do Warhammer, I don't do 28 millimeter stuff, but, at least we can talk to them about painting. But people that do Warhammer don't paint their stuff. Oaxaca we had a good trip, except it was right at the time of the election, so we couldn't leave. The protesters shut down the airport. That was not fun. That was not fun. Not because I didn't want to stay another day. We could have, but I got to get back to work and put out the fires that were smoldering. So. Yeah, I'd like to go to Mexico City to go see the dig. That's got to be cool. But I never want to fly into Mexico City again. I am scared of flying, and it was because when I was a kid, we flew into Mexico City, and in a thunderstorm, and I'm like, I don't want to ever do that again. Nope, I don't want to do that again. No, so I avoid Mexico City like the plague. Not because of Mexico City, but, it's surrounded by mountains. Sad to hear that. It's more common now. The protests? Yeah, it's fine if you protest, but, when you do protests here in the United States, like, you're allowed to protest, but you're not allowed to, like, impede on people's liberty. And that's, like, what we're used to. Like, and they weren't violent protesters. I mean, they were all teachers. We're like, we'll move you over here. Like, it's not like I'm in fear of my life. Like, you're going to give me a homework assignment that I'm not going to be able to complete or something. I'm not. But it was like, and the police wouldn't do anything about it. It's like, well, how long is it going to take? Puede ser una semana. I'm like, what? I got to get back to work, man. You have the IPMS National Contest in October. I've just started getting into. I don't want to enter contests. Okay, I'm not interested in that. But I do like going to model shows. There's one coming next month here in Florida, and to buy stuff on the cheap, because there are people here that have overbought, and I mean, they're selling like kits for like $2, $3, $4 a piece. Like, I don't need anything, but if you're going to give them away, then I'm going to be there to receive them, because that's some cheap entertainment, and it's stuff I can do with my viewers. As I try doing all my hobbying here live, because I need company. I get bored if I do this alone. So even if it's just me rambling, saying pendejadas, it's it gets stuff done. All right, now we need to bring this up a little bit with. I think we added a little bit of yellow, but I am actually fine not adding yellow in this one. And maybe this thing wasn't built out of the same bamboo at the same time. 1,400 models, 400 modelers, 35 stores. Yeah, well, Mexico City is massive. Used to be the most populated place in the earth, in the world, but they change that every couple of years depending on how they figure out metropolitan area. So. Modelando y pendejeando. Yep. Okay. A little more. And then we still need to go and put these little tie-ins. But I'm getting hooked on modifying these models. I've never really had a history of doing that, but I'm getting. I mean, I got out of building models since the early '90s, and now I'm like, oh, okay, well, I could use them for war games, and I don't mind if they're old and inaccurate. Blammo. Yeah, I didn't realize that this had so many fond memories for so many people. Like, to me, I'm like, I just got this the other day. A couple months ago. Guy was selling it for $8. Sounds like it was a good deal, because these things are going for like $30 and $40. I wouldn't pay $40 for this thing. But, 10 years ago, you made a 170, second 76 group. We're 80 now. Yeah, I don't have anybody locally that builds models or paints. Got a bunch of slackers that like to play war games, but yeah, this is the little Airfix 76 scale thing that I added some extra armor plates and stuff to. Oh, the turret's too small. Okay, that's fine. It's for a war game. And here's the Fujimi one that I got from somebody. I ended up picking up models that people are like, "You want this? I'm going to throw it away." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll make it look, I'll make it look fun." And I actually added all the little hoops, the lift rings here for it. I don't have to do that, but sometimes I'm like, let me challenge myself and do that. So in the last couple of months, I've kind of done some things that are, kind of push the envelope. So, but the model group that I meet every month that I've started going to maybe a year ago, nobody does 1/72nd scale armor. They're all planes, and more planes, and and I'm like, okay, well, I'm a war gamer, so planes can only serve so much purpose. They're like an objective or something like that. So, okay, so at this point, what are we left with? Well, we have a little bit more. I'm probably going to call it a night. I've been on for, how long have we been on for? Over 4 hours. Son of a bitch. Okay, well, that's the only thing I hate about this hobby is time goes by way too fast while I'm doing it. So, I need to have dinner. So, yeah, got some good progress on this. 4 hours ago, I started painting this. I mean, it was already primed, but, so we still have a couple more hours of work to do on it. And, yeah, we'll just plug along with it tomorrow morning. So, all right, folks, thanks for coming by. Make sure you subscribe. I'm on every morning before work, so something positive happens, and sometimes in the evening. All right, folks, thanks for coming by. Bye-bye.